be on a set tomorrow. And we're taking levels. I'm taking levels. 1, 2.
Is that for?
Yeah, Ellie said next to you. Yeah, right.
Is the microphone for questions?
Hello, and welcome to the first panel of CIFF 50. It's 50 years of Cleveland film, which is amazing. I am Sydney Waltz. I am a writer, director, and a lecturer here at Cleveland State's Film and Media Arts Department. I want to welcome everyone to this first panel that will deal with the craft of filmmaking, creative decisions, and collaboration. I want to welcome our panelists here today. We have Adam White, who is the director of the film photography. We have Josie Wilka, who is the star of Lucas and Claire. We have Mary Alice Diaz, who is the writer and director of Today and Tomorrow. And we have Anna Paisan, who is the cinematographer for Stonebirds. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. So I want to start off with some kind of broad questions, and then as we go, I will get more specific to your roles. So I want to know a little bit about why film? Why did you decide to pursue a career in film or theater? Where did it all start? I'll start with Adam.
Mostly revenge. No. Film, I started in high school with a great interest in photography. And No, that's the name of the film. But I started with an interest in that, and people who knew people said, you're growing up in the Midwest. Film is light years from something your guidance counselors tell you to be a part of. But then you find out that there are avenues, even in those olden days that I attended, and you find out that there are film schools within the Midwest that you don't automatically have to go to Los Angeles or New York. And then the farther you know, the farther you know. And you go, oh, I can actually freelance in this industry and become a movie maker, which does not occur to you until you start getting a little taste of it, and then you see your first set and you say, this is what I want to do.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Josie?
Acting for me has always just been about storytelling and giving a voice to the people that don't have a voice, and Lucas and Claire is a perfect example of a point of view that isn't always represented. So using film as an avenue to give those people a voice is just what I love to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think similar to Adam, right? Yes. I started in high school, very interested in photography. I thought I would do like Nike campaigns. That's kind of what I thought I was interested in. But I really love that film can you can be a writer, you can have moving images, like it's just a very three-dimensional way to tell a story that I felt photography just kind of felt a bit limiting after a while. And I felt like I had a lot to say, and it was time to choose, like, where would I go to college? What am I gonna do? I'm in New York, so it felt like a good pathway, like a career pathway, so. And it just kind of came to me though, because it was like, we were doing it through art class, and I had done like a summer program in New York, and I feel like it chose me before I chose it. Like, it was just in my life, and it's kind of all I had set myself up to do, so yeah.
Thank you. And Anna?
For me, film started at a very early age. My parents were always recording me and my sisters, like doing silly things around the house, or just like singing or playing the piano, whatever. And so I've just always been involved in the arts, and I knew when my sisters were going to like school for like engineering and like science degrees and all that stuff, I told my mom, I was like, I feel really silly, but I think I want to go to film school. And like, I would just research every night, because my mom, she was a guidance counselor, so all she did was do people's schedules and plan people's college careers and all this stuff. And so from an early age, we were kind of figuring out where I wanted to go. And she was like, she's like, we looked at a lot of programs, and she's like, I think Cleveland State would be good because you can actually work with technology, and that's what I would love to do. Like, I remember when I got my first camera at Christmas, and I would go sledding and try to like film myself like sledding down like mini hills, and I came in as a director actor because I was also in theater, and I was like, I like writing and I like acting, but eventually I realized that I enjoy being behind the camera so much more, and I'm still able to help create a story, but more in like the visual aspect of it, and help, I don't know, I just like the collaboration side of it a lot more. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's where it started for me, but yeah.
Great. And that leads me into my next question, so thank you. Many of you mentioned that you kind of started off with photography or writing, which we kind of view as more solitary kind of careers, and then you discovered the collaborative aspect of filmmaking. What do you look for in a collaborator? Adam?
Do you mean the people who are working for you, or who you're working for? I suppose both ways. When I'm starting a project, a lot of the time, most of my career, I'm a director of photography. So I am trying to enable a director's vision. So part of the conversation, very quickly, trying to learn how they work, and on down. And when I usually are speaking to a director, and I'll say this kind of to the crew as well, like I'm always interested in somebody trying to sell me something. for lighting something, and the grips are like, I want the grips to come up. It's like, hey, how about we bring some, some negative up there and try to make it a little darker. I always want somebody to sell me on the ideas, but I also want them to understand when I, in the heat of battle, go, I appreciate it, we can't do that, and then have to move on, because I know the 700 reasons why we can't do that, and I appreciate a crew that knows, well, I sold and not take it personally. And I like that the same way when I'm working with a director or a producer, where I'd say, why don't we make this a medium shot as opposed, and then we can dump to the close-up, and if they say no, that is not the hill I am dying on. So I want to have lots of ideas, but I also want everybody to be chill enough that they understand we can't do everything.
Thank you. Josie?
I value creativity a lot in collaborators. I like people who are willing to push boundaries and be willing to do something that might not be traditional in order to get something special, and just take risks. I think it creates such like a welcoming and inclusive environment when everybody is just a team that is willing to work together to make something great. And I think that attitude and being surrounded by kindness and like welcomeness is just the perfect environment.
Yeah, I think something that people don't think about with film is that it's very intimate, and you are sort of not trapped, but you are with people for a long period of time. And if you're a director, you're with your producer for sometimes years at a time, depending what you're doing and how much money you have to raise, or if you're making a short, if you're making a feature. And if you're with your crew and you're shooting for 5 days, you're with them for 5 days. And I think something I've really learned to value is like not just like great communication, and also a lot of respect and kindness, like you were saying. I think it's like really important. I think the industry that we're in, sometimes getting the film done, getting that shot up, it seems way more important than the way we treat one another. But I think especially I think the generation I'm growing up in, I think the things I really care about, are we aligned? Do we see queer people as human beings? Do we see people of color as human beings? I can't be in disagreement with you about that. A lot of political alignment, but also someone that believes in me, someone that believes in what we're doing, that because times will get tough and then times will be good too. But just that you believe in this project that we're trying to do, that you believe in the amount, you have to believe in it because it takes such, oh my God, it's so rigorous. It's so much work. It takes a lot of discipline, and I can't have us waver. So those are things that feel important to me in this moment.
I was going to say similar. I was thinking the whole time, I was like, I just want to work with someone that believes in me. That's what I was saying in my head. I was like, but I think the biggest thing for me is just trust. And over time, you just work with so many people, and it's you hopefully can get to a spot where you can choose who you get to work with, but it's that's not always the case. And so, if you don't necessarily would get along with someone off of a set, you kind of just have to get through the moment. So it's you make everyone stay and make everyone feel safe and happy, and that's my biggest concern as well, is just always making sure everyone feels safe and cared for. And because it can get heated because people want the shot to look good, want the movie to look good. Everyone just has different goals that day, because there's different aspects of the film that people are passionate about. But I think for me, it's always just I just care about the people, and I just like creating with people. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna now get into more specific questions regards to each of your films and each of your careers. So Adam, what drew you to make this film? You were also a co-writer on it, so yes. From idea to execution, why did you want to make this film?
I made this film through Cuyahoga Community College's Workforce Development Program. And Tri-C has done this for a number of years, 7, 8 years, of having this workshop to produce people who could walk onto a set. So at the end of that, they have a 3-day film shoot. That the instructors, who are all professionals in the film industry, are the department heads, and then the students fill out the rest of the crew. So they have very set parameters when it comes to the film that is going to be written. You get to shoot it for 3 days. There is no fourth day. And you have to have only this many sets and so on. So I kind of crafted a film, a screenplay around those parameters. And also, even if it's a short or, as mentioned, you're doing this for years if it's a feature. So do something you like and something that you have some knowledge about. From way back, I have a deep knowledge of photography, just the technical aspects. So I was interested in sort of creating a character about that. And recently, I had done, both my wife and I had learned and read about Margaret Book White, a famous Cleveland photographer, and then moved on to New York. So I thought doing a story about a woman like that becoming, she had the first cover on Life magazine. And within that time frame of straddling World War II and then into the 50s and the 60s, such an interesting time for a woman to be a professional in New York, in the arts like that at the highest level. So I thought it'd be a great sort of story to be able to do that, and to talk about mentoring at the same time, which I am at the age of determining, when and where and how to do mentoring to people. So I wanted to combine that all into one film.
Thank you. Josie, so what drew you to the role in Lucas and Claire?
Well, for those of you that are unfamiliar, Lucas and Claire is performed primarily in American Sign Language, and I am an American Sign Language minor here at Cleveland State. And when I took my first ASL class my freshman year, I just fell in love with the language. It's so expressive, and I didn't just fall in love with the language, it was the whole community and the culture, and I was just immediately so drawn to it, and that's why I got the minor. But when I heard that Elliot was looking for an actress who knew sign language and who could tell this story, like, to circle back earlier, it's about the voice that I can, portray, and respect. I was just so excited. This opportunity to be able to give a voice to a character that a lot of people don't get to see represented,
And how was it incorporating sign language into your performance?
Oh, it was amazing. It's the only other language that I know, and since I'm so passionate about it, and I'm expressive just like naturally, and since that language is so expressive, it was such an interesting like input into the process, because it wasn't just through English, which is like obviously my primary language. It was through just communicating with just my body language and everything. It was just such a wonderful experience.
Yeah, thank you. And Mary Alice, what drew you to tell this story? Because you are also the writer and director of your film.
I wanted to make a film in my neighborhood. Like, I wanted to make a film in Brooklyn. I wanted to make it in my parents' house. I felt like New York is always changing, but I think especially in this moment, it feels like as a native New Yorker, that there's so much of it I feel like is slipping away. And I wanted to make a coming-of-age story with two queer like teenagers, and I wanted them to be like discovering that they were trans, and it was really exciting. And I also wanted to try out this campaigning for money. I wanted to do a Kickstarter. I've never done that before, and I thought this would be a good project to do it for. Kickstarter's in New York, and just sort of trying to organize my neighborhood, my city for this moment. But yeah, and I hadn't made a film. I was working on other people's films, and I hadn't made a film in 2 years or so. So started writing it. It took a long time to get it from script to picture. Did a few fellowships with the script, and just to sort of get input, whether it's good, what needs to change. But yeah, I think it was just something I felt it was like I really wanted to incorporate my neighborhood, and then I just had to write a story in it. So it's really like very autobiographical in a way, because it's like the streets I walked when I was a teenager, and like kind of similar conversations that I would have as a teenager, but like with how would kids today have it. And I also wanted that to be a challenge, because I feel like sometimes like when older generations are writing about the kids like right now, it just feels so like there's a separation, like we don't really know how they talk, and the way Gen Z talks is just so quick, it changes all the time. So that was also a fun challenge, like just figuring out dialogue for like children that are existing now. I feel like their media is very limited, and I'm hopeful that like some kid online is like switching it up that's like would love it. Actually, like one of the actors was like in this Netflix show that has a bit of like a lesbian cult following, and they found it on Twitter, and they were like, oh my God, where can we watch it? And they were talking about Cleveland, like, oh, for right now it's only playing at Cleveland, and they're like not in the US. So that was really fun, because it was like, I feel like queer communities, it's really like, not so much right now, but for so long, the media has just been so limited, and distribution is limited. So it's also accessibility to the form is really hard to get. So that was really exciting, because I was like, okay, this goal that I had is actually coming true in some way, and they're super hype. So that was fun, but yeah.
Still with you, Mary Ellis. So the performances in your film are so natural. I was really wondering, how did you get that chemistry to come off as, you know, almost like a documentary?
Yeah, I'm a really big like Italian neorealism fan. I'm really into like non-actors being actors. These are like very trained, serious actors. But I kind of like to throw away this like, not so much the training, but I like for it to really feel as natural as possible. And if it were up to me, like I really would only cast non-actors. I think it's like really fun. But this kind of was a little bit high stakes, so my producers wanted to cast like some serious actors. But it's just a lot of conversations. I think a lot of like discussing what's important to me, what's important to them, like trying to, it was kind of easier also because these characters, they had a lot in common with the characters. So I just wanted it to be kind of this ode to a younger version of themselves. And so it was a lot of conversations. Like, I'm very, I don't know, I treat filmmaking, I think, like as a director differently than I feel like other directors that I know. Like, it wasn't a lot of rehearsals. I just feel like it just becomes really performative in that way. And there was a lot of conversations on set, like, okay, we're gonna go for it. I wanna film it as you're going for it. I want us to create these like shapes together. And we had an intimacy coordinator because there is an intimate scene in the film. And that helped a ton too, because their safety and everything was really prioritized. But yeah, it's really important to me that it feels as natural as possible, so.
Great, thank you. And then Anna, what drew you to Stonebirds?
I had worked with the director Maliki for like a few years on many different sets, and he's always talking about different stories that he's writing or thinking about or what he's in the process of making. And there was always this one that he just kept like he didn't have the names of the characters. He would just like say it really fast, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I would just go on and about my day and where we were going or working or whatever. And I eventually was randomly assigned in our P2 class to shoot his P2. And I remember I was like, it was the first time I ever read one of his scripts, and I was like, wait, the dialogue is just so fun. And I was like, it's just so much energy. And I'm like, it was really simple to shoot, but it was just so fun because the dialogue was just very intense and very fast. And I'd never shot a movie like that. And I eventually got to P3, and it was the first day of P3, and what he wanted to make for P3 was the script that he always kept like bringing up in conversation, but he'd never mentioned if I was attached to it yet. And the second we read it in class and everyone was giving their notes, I saw him after class and I was like, so like, who are you thinking of shooting your movie? And he was like, it's gonna be you, duh, like, duh. And I was like, okay. And it was one of the first times that I read a script like in class. It usually takes me a while for me to like imagine what it's going to look like, but I don't know if it's because he would just talk about it so much or like give me little bits and parts of it before I actually saw the script. It was the first time that I actually like saw it happening while we were like reading it in class, doing like a table read of it. And I was like, I just know it was gonna be so fun to shoot and I was gonna love the visuals of it. And like, I was just so ready to start planning it and storyboarding. So that's why I wanted to be a part of it, yeah. And
Anna, how important is story to you? You mentioned that you kind of started off wanting to be a writer, and when you're discussing Stonebirds, you are talking a lot about like the script. So how important is it for you as a DP to connect with that story and like that story?
Yeah, I think with film, I think it's very important that your script just has a lot of subtext to it, because then it gives something for the actors to bring to it. It gives something for like the DP to bring to it of like, if we shot this, it's symbolic to this and all that. Like, it just makes it more collaborative, and I think it also makes it more interesting to the audience to watch, because obviously for like short films you want like it to be as simple as possible, but it's like you still want it to be exciting. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I had like very visual heavy films, and I think that's why I liked Stonebirds too, is because of like just the simple like porch ornament like follows them around the whole movie. And it's something that's so simple, but it just feels like a short story that I would have read when I was like a lot younger. But yeah.
Great, thank you. So Adam, you mentioned that you are also a DP. What was it like to kind of give up that control to someone else and be a director this time?
Yeah, I mean, I welcomed the opportunity that Tri-C gave me that I could finally direct, because you're on film crews for years and years and everybody looks at the director and says, I can do that better, and it's okay, tough stuff, put your money where your mouth is now. And to go into a film, and Amy Faust was my director of photography for that, and she's wonderfully talented, and I've known her for years. So having her come on was a no-brainer. To shut that part of my brain off and it will be. If I get to direct movies for the remainder of time, I will always have to be trying to shut off the DP part of my brain. But also, as I'm a DP, when I'm working on jobs, I grew up through the grip department, because you can come up in an infinite amount of ways. So when I'm a DP, I'm trying to shut off the grip part of my brain. So however you were brought to the game is your strength, and also you have to respect everybody else. Sometimes I slip, and then my crew is comfortable enough that they'll tell me to go and stay in my lane and go to craft service and get a coffee. But I also, by growing up through that, I feel like it gave me a very strong visual sense. Whereas if I was as a director of photography and grew up through a technical side, if I worked at a rental house and was familiar, just worked very closely with the gear, I would come from that side. But coming up through lighting, that's my visual sense, and then that translates into what do I do when I'm directing a film.
Do you think there's value in, people doing different roles and not just sticking to
Absolutely.
One?
I teach semi-regularly different workshops, and I always tell the students, like, stick your face into as many departments as possible. And you hear that about producers and directors who have come up through the industry are now big deals, that they dip their hand into a whole lot of different aspects of production. If anything, you can have empathy for, if you're a director now, but you know what the wardrobe department is going through and what hair and makeup is requiring, and things that you probably do not function with at that level, but at least you know what they need. It just makes you that much of a more creative and efficient filmmaker.
Great, thank you. Josie, so after you've accepted a role or have been offered one, what is your process?
Oh, what a wonderful question. You know, it depends on the substance of the role. Recently, I got the wonderful opportunity to have a role that is a twin who had the experience of losing that other twin sometime in their life, and I have never experienced that. I don't have a twin. I haven't lost somebody that close to me. I'm very lucky in that sense. So going through the research, I actually dove deep on Reddit pages for people that have experienced that, just to try to get just a little aspect of what it means to be in their shoes, you know, because like I've said 1,000 times, it's about telling their story, and I want to respect them and them as like a person, and it's just super important to me to do everything that I can to do it to the best of my ability. I've obviously taken many classes here at Cleveland State as a theater acting major, and we learn everything from, you know, the magic if and everything. So there's little sprinkles from each of those classes that I implement in everything that I do when it comes to a whole feature-length script, a short script, or even a monologue. There's a whole series of things that I can do, and it really does depend on the substance of the material, but nothing is small. Even a monologue, there's a lot of work in that to be able to trust myself to do it correctly, you know, if that even is a thing.
What do you like in a director during this time? How do you like, you know, directors to work with you? You know, what do you prefer?
Right, I spoke earlier about how I really value creativity. In theater directors, I feel like that's super important because, you know, we all get together in one room and work on something for months, and it's the same with film. It could be years. So it's super important to me to have a community that is willing to collaborate in a way to bounce ideas off each other and always just support each other. So in a director, I love honesty. I really value honesty. I want to make sure that I'm doing the story justice and the character justice. So I will do the take 1,000 times if that's what I have to do to get what they want in the character, and I'm willing to do that. So the honesty and trust, because it also comes from that feeling in your stomach when you're like, oh, I don't think that was good, and then having trust in the director, and they're like, that was good, we can move on. And so it's just building the trust, not just with the director, with everybody on set and everybody there. It is about the community, and that's so important, having that group of people that you know will support you and are willing to make good work.
Great, thank you. Mary Alice, so I mentioned earlier that your film, to me, felt very much like a documentary. And you know, I see that through the camera work, I see that through the production design and the performances. What value do you see in telling authentic stories that may not be like super complex? You know, what's the value in telling those types?
Sorry, something I forgot to mention is that our DP is actually a documentarian, and they mostly make docs or like commercial work. And I grew up with docs. It's kind of where I fell in love with film. My first film festival was at True Falls, so I was talking to you about it. It's like this documentary film festival up in Missouri. Is it up? Down in Missouri. I think, you know, where I began to love telling stories is in the mundanity of life. Actually, I think from like a perspective of like a person of color, immigrant, like all these boxes, whatever. Our lives are like complex every which way. Like I really don't think I need to be in the moon for my life to be complex. I don't think I need to be like a bug, which I really respect. I mean, that's just how my brain works. Like, I don't need to leave the scope of what we're doing right now. I think that like I really love that challenge of like, how can we make this panel complex? Like, if I was telling a movie about it, and I'll find ways. And I really, really love staying in, I guess, like the authenticity part of me. And I am always picking on things in my life like, oh, I had a fun night out. I can make a movie about that. But it can also be a challenge because I don't think my life is the core of everything. I just think the more specific I can get, the more global I can be. And it was really important for me, like I really love the way documentarians make films. And I love the way the camera language in documentary is as opposed to narrative filmmaking. So I really wanted to trust my DP. Like, we have this intimate scene where we only had like, I think 45 minutes to get. It was like an hour maybe max. And I was like, baby, we're gonna make this like a doc. I can't afford anything else. So knowing that my DP could do that, and just, I had to step out of the room and just see it from like a screen and trust that the instinct of a documentarian DP, like they have to feel it in their gut when the camera needs to change. And I really love that. And I love just like mixing the two and like making hybrid docs or making hybrid narratives. And I feel like I'm a bit genre agnostic or form agnostic. I just feel it's super funny to change it because I love pissing people off. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you want me to go deeper, but yeah.
No, it was perfect. Thank you. And then Anna, so how much control did you have over the image? And how did you make it your own? Like you put your own stamp on Stonebirds?
Me and the director would meet pretty frequently and just talk about what we wanted to do, because we knew that it was going to be pretty ambitious for anything we both had filmed before. Like, it was pretty much an all outside, mostly at night shoot. And I was just like, I've never filmed something like that before. And he wanted me to be pretty much on the shoulder rig the whole time. And he wanted me to be in the scene with the actors. And so I was very much like, I just need to see the overheads of everything. Like, I need to see the blocking. I need to like know where they're gonna go so I can plan where I need to be. Because I'd been on sets before where like I thought I planned pretty well, and then there was just a lot of opinions, and then I was like, guys, that's gonna break the 180. Like, I don't want to do that right now. Like, come on. And then I don't know. We still shot it the way that I didn't want it. So I was like, okay, this is my time to like actually speak up and like, but in a way that like was respectful of everything that wanted to be done. And so we just made sure to always keep each other updated. And we also like, he told me all of his inspirations that he wanted it to look like. I told him like what I like in cinematography, and we kind of combined the two, because he likes more like grittier type of shot movies, but I like, my favorite filmmaker of all time is Miyazaki. Like I like very beautiful and picturesque movies, and so I kind of had to blend the two of like, our production design was very gritty, but then I tried to make it kind of like, I don't know, also like, I don't know, I just like the colors of the light. I just wanted it to be as natural as possible as well, because they were outside the whole time. I didn't want anything to be too harsh or too out of nowhere. And like, there's some shots that's very, very, very low light. And that's kind of some of the stuff that I like the most because it's literally just the outline of the characters.
Yeah.
And yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask about the lighting in the film because I found a lot of meaning in it. I felt, you know, what that film is doing is kind of subverting expectations of, you know, how we use light, you know, and it seems that this violence is kind of chasing the light. You know, this like very violent scene happens in a highly lit room, you know, and, you know, that kind of goes against, you know, what we usually expect. So I kind of wanted to ask about, you know, your thoughts with lighting the film and how important lighting is to you as a DP.
Lighting, I think for me, I'm trying to get better at like understanding the technology behind it, because as I'm getting onto more complex sets with more equipment, I'm like, oh, I've never really had to touch a C-stand before or like work with like these big lights or like hot lights and stuff like that. Because most of the time if I would shoot movies at home, it's like I would just turn the lamp on and move the lamp where I wanted it to go. Like I didn't really think about it that much. And I just always want my actors to be like beautifully lit. Like I don't, even if it's like a very intense scene, I want them to be, I don't know, I just love eye light. I love being able to just, because that's, I don't know, that's like the way into people's soul. So it's like if you don't have the eye light, I feel like the audience isn't going to feel the emotion or whatever. And so for the last scene where it's in like the bathroom, it is just part of like we weren't able to turn the lights off in the bathroom. But I was like thinking about it, I was like, I think it almost feels very out of nowhere anyway. Like it's very unexpected what's going to happen to Peyton, and it almost like reminded me of like a hospital. Like it's just very like, it's very intense out of nowhere, and I really wanted to see the red of the blood, and I felt like sometimes if you light blood too low light, you can't see the red of it, and I just wanted it to like, I don't know. That was my thought, because I was like, we are shooting this really low light, so I wanted that one scene to be, very high light,
So Adam, your film is a period piece, 1960s.
Yes.
What was it like working with a production designer in getting that, you know, specific time period right?
A lot of it, I came at, I did an outline treatment, and then I did a first pass on the script, and then go, okay, does any of these types of places exist? Talked with the Cleveland Film Commission, which you don't have to be Superman for them to provide assets. Like, I'm looking for this type of building with this foyer, and Mike went and the Film Commission gave me a whole bunch of pictures, and I was like, that one. And then we went and scouted that building, which was the AT&T building, and I rewrote part of the script based on, you know, where opening of the film is, where the finale of the film is. Like, the finale is not going to be in a hallway because they all look awful. Let's have it in this grandiose old school Cleveland foyer, so it actually looks like something. So in getting within the production design of that, and then it helped in the world building and to also limit where you were going to shoot, so we're not going to give up the ghost that it's 2024 when we were shooting that. So to work within the confines of what Cleveland could provide, and then what wardrobe and hair and makeup could provide. And when everybody comes into our lobby scenes that we have in the film, it's 1964, and it holds on pretty tight to that, which was a testament to those departments being able to do that. And then for the talent to lean into that, and for Amy, our DP, to sort of recognize that it was a rich environment to eat, and to really make people look nice, and to play up the glamour. of what that was. So in doing lots of resource and lookbooks, like let's do, Mad Men and not Mrs. Maisel, based on what things were looking like. And she was able to harness that into, I think it's a great looking film.
It is. Yeah, absolutely.
Not to tout my own.
Thank you. Josie, so as an actor, walking on to set or, theater, how important is production design for you in crafting your performance and your character?
That's where film and theater are so different, because theater is so gritty. I mean, you walk into a room that's literally a black box with just like 2 chairs and a desk, and you're like, okay, this is the office where a loved one is gonna tell you that they're moving away, and the room is blank, and you have to use your imagination to make this room somewhere else and make the fourth wall drop. Like, what is really on that wall? It's not an audience full of people, it's actually like a picture frame and a TV and such. But with film, you walk into a living room, and an actual living room with couches that people have lived at, and a kitchen with actual food on the counter, and you're so immediately immersed in like a true living place, and it just makes the outlet of acting, I don't know if I want to say easier, but you can really hone in on other aspects without having to hone in on like having that sense of your imagination just so turned on about where you are and like building the world, because the world is built around you. And I think I value the set dressers so much when I walk into a set and there's like actual pictures of me in the picture frames as a kid, and I'm like, oh my goodness, it really makes everything feel so real and feel so connected, and dropping into the character and the given circumstances ends up just feeling so natural, because it's easy to connect memories with memories, and a bed with a bed, not like two blocks. But I love both theater and film so much for both of those aspects, because there's something so exhilarating about having an empty room with 2 chairs and creating a palace, Yeah,
thank you. Mary Alice, so you have an intimate scene in your film, and I'm very interested, how did you get your cast to trust yourself and trust the larger crew during that scene?
But we had an intimacy coordinator, and that set was actually closed. And when we have a closed set and we have an intimacy coordinator, certain things are promised. Like, no one's gonna see this footage outside of like me, the producers, and the editor, and the intimacy coordinator. We like talked a lot with the actors and the intimacy coordinator about creating shapes of how they're going to fake this intimacy that they had. And just talking them through, like, I mean, at the end of the day, they were playing teenagers, so like the way as an adult you would have intimacy is not how you would as a child. And preserving that as well was really, really important, because I think the preservation of children and everything we do, we should really take that more seriously. Because so we just had a lot of conversations about what that's gonna look like, and like, well, a child wouldn't move their hand like that because they're just learning how to do this. So, or like a teenager, a young adult. So yeah, it was like a lot of conversations with the intimacy coordinator about their own safety, especially because one of our actors is trans and the other one is a cis woman, and they were like revealing their transness in this scene as well to their best friend, like canonically. So talking about what that would feel like too, if that's bringing up anything for them and their identity. And our intimacy coordinator is also trans, so that was really cool. And choosing like a band that it's good for their skin tone. That was also really important because we also had to cover up both actors, so we wanted to just make sure everything was matching their skin tone. So I think they felt very taken care of, and the DP is a queer person, non-binary person, so I just felt like we were really intentional in making sure at least our head of our departments understood what we were doing, and that they felt like you don't have to explain yourself or why you wouldn't feel unsafe, because we are kind of just on the same timing. So that was really cool. And as I said, like, I mean, we shot it in this way where there was really no shot list because we were running out of time, which was really difficult as a director because it's the most important part of my film, I felt. And it was really hard to not insert myself in it and disrupt all the work we had just done to create such safety. But just trusting that they knew what they were doing, and then our DP knew what they were doing. And also a lot of it was in the edit as well. I mean, the way we edited it, did we choose, I mean, there was a scene that could have been more graphic or more really sexual, but we were kind of like in the edit like, no, let's not do that. So sort of preserve them as well. So it was interesting to see like what we worked on in production, and then the work that me and my editor then have to do with what we shot was also like, it's a two-parter to creating that. So.
Great, thank you. A couple more questions, and then we'll jump to a Q&A. But sticking with Mary Ellis, your film ends on a hopeful note, and I think as you know, we keep going in, you know, life in like, you know, this industry. I feel like hopeful, you know, endings are becoming a little more rare. Yeah. So what is the value in having a good message, a positive message?
Oh, I really like that question, thank you. It's so funny because actually, well, one, I think good things happen even in the worst of times. And I know that personally, I mean, my life would be falling apart as a child, and I kissed a girl, and that was the best part of my day, and my parents were in like living actual hell. And I think the duality of human being, especially I think for people of color, like as we're experiencing like the most systemic of violence, we're also celebrating birthdays. So it would be crazy to like act as if that's not a reality. So that was also my thing where I'm like, you know, I was laughing and we were joking around even as bad things were happening. I mean, you know, so that's why I put that in there. It's super interesting because it is hopeful for their relationship, but my main character's parents are like having like the most intense argument upstairs. So it's also like, this is the reality of their life. They're like experiencing some sort of family verbal abuse of some kind. And also the person that they like is like, I'm down to see you tomorrow. And that was part of our title too, like today is today and tomorrow happened. But I think it's really important. I mean, I'm having this moment right now, which is really special for me. And like, there are people experiencing really horrible atrocities. And that's just kind of the reality of where we're at. So yeah, that's why I felt good. I also feel like, because this is for young queer people, I just want them to feel like, you know, life is shit sometimes. And I have like my family didn't abandon me when I came out, all kinds of things, but some people do. And I just wanted them to feel like this moment is hard, what you're experiencing is hard, and it will get better. There is always something better. There's always a better day. And I just wanted them to have that, as like the world's telling them that they're whatever. So yeah, I don't know. If it like touches one person, I did my job. And that's why it was important to me to do that. And which is something we argued a lot about. Like, or like my producers, my DP is like, would that really happen? And I'm like, I don't care. It did happen.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Good, thank you. And then my next question is, Adam, So your film is kind of about how we are who we are because of what inspires us. With your point of view, why is it important for everyone, young, old, to be inspired by what we see, what we hear, everything?
I mean, somebody asked me that about why we should care about Artemis going to the moon right now. Like, when it doesn't that seem like a waste of money for civilization? Like, I find it inspiring that civilization can do that, and that's for myself personally. To not be inspired is just merely to exist. To be inspired by whether it's something like Artemis or by watching the X-Files, there's a hard and fast listing of stats of how many people got into STEM and became scientists and engineers because they were inspired by that version of art or because they watched Star Trek. However somebody is able to latch onto something and get inspiration for that is everything. And yeah, when it comes to people interested in film or working in film, just more is more. Watch. You don't have to like everything, but something you can latch onto can inspire you, maybe not to do it that way, but then also you can find, like, I really want to do it that way. It might not be today or tomorrow, it might be in 20 years, but I remember that and that'll keep me going, and I'm going to go down that road.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to open it up to audience Q&A. If anyone has a question, I will ask you to come up and ask your question with the microphone
Don't be shy.
present. Yes.
So tall. Hi, everyone. My name is Vera Howard. I'm currently here at Cleveland State University, track of writing and directing. So I have a friend who is a director, and I know you all mentioned when it comes to having human decency and caring about your cast and crew over the project, they may have felt as if they may have crossed the line when it came to their crew on set and possibly made their crew a bit unhappy. What advice would you give to that director to kind of make it up so that way you all can come back as cast and crew and be able to continue the project?
Wow, good question.
Thanks.
You mean like repairing that relationship?
Yeah.
Case of beer for starters.
Noted.
I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You can apologize and talk to them and say, this is how we're going to move forward, and I hear all of you, and then it's just like any relationship to see if the nice and fluffy words are actually going to translate into a respectful environment. Make no mistake, the hardest job on an entire set is being the director. You are asked an important question every 20 seconds for 12 hours. And that can generate some stress sometimes. But the director needs to understand everybody is there for their vision. And it has to be a respect that goes both directions. So good words to help repair, but then they have to walk the walk, I think.
I think it's about respect and communication, really, and the willingness and the pride you have in the project. If it's something that you all are really, really passionate about, it would be worth it to have those conversations and the hard conversations. And sometimes those hard conversations have to happen for good art to happen.
Yeah, I think that's good. I agree with them. And also, I think it's important to name what has happened. I don't know what has happened, but let's say we went 14 hours and we were supposed to finish in 10 hours. I think there the line is crossed. It's like, you don't care about our time and whatever, I think it's really important to name it. This happened. And hear everyone out and also make a plan for how it won't happen. If that's like adding a day or if that's cutting some scenes, or if that's whatever it is you need to do, I think it's important to make a plan so the words can translate into action. And sorry. And then also redirect everyone to like, we're here for this project. Are you still committed to this project, even if this has happened? And kind of getting a temp check on, do we still all want to finish this? And probably the answer is going to be yes, and just make sure that that's our goal here. But I think action is really what makes people feel safer. So that's my suggestion.
I think everyone makes like little or big sacrifices to make a film and show up. And I think if a director breaks the trust of their crew or cast, like it is gonna be hard to build that up again. But I think if they are just accountable and then change their ways, like slowly people will want to start to work with them again. So yeah.
Thank you.
Send it over to us, we'll give them a start talking.
Any other questions?
You all talked about finding like community with the people that you're filming with. Is that something that has to be built up before you start shooting, or can that be found on set as well?
In my experience with theater, often you know everybody and you come in as a community, but in my experience with film, I have walked on set and have only known one person there and don't know anybody else, but you have to do work. So it's just about, all circles back to communication again, and just getting out of your comfort zone, and even though you might feel weird, just like awkwardly walking up to a group of people that all know each other and all friends and probably drove there together, just awkwardly walking up and being like, hey, my name's Josie, and get out of your comfort zone, because you won't always be surrounded by friends. So you have to make them your friends.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture, because I've been on sets where it's like I know a lot of people or I don't know a lot of people, and I've definitely made friends from working on sets, or we just so happen to be on, just continually like get crewed onto the same sets. And I was lucky to meet a lot of people through classes and stuff, but a lot of time it's like I go onto a set, I'm an AC or a grip or whatever, and because I have kind of been an apprentice to a lot of people, I'm allowed to then ask them to come back and help me shoot my films, and it's like, I know you do good work because I like the way that you shoot your movies, so it's like you'll look out for me and like all the stuff. So yeah, I just feel lucky to be at a spot where it's like I trust everyone that I'm working with, like actors or crew or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a mixture.
Yeah, I think it's like also different roles. You should have a sort of connection before, like with you and your producer. You should definitely like you should be locked in before. But also film is like, sometimes it's your film and sometimes you're just working professionally. You've just been hired, you have to pay the bills, whatever. And you meet some of the most talented people, like you're saying, like you really like the grip on this whatever thing you were at, and you really want to get to know them and maybe have them on for another project that you're working on. And then you start to build a sort of Rolodex of people that you trust and that you like their work. And then if you're working with someone where you need to connect creatively, then I feel like you build that slowly. Like you've seen a film and you like the way that film looks and you need a producer, you message that producer and you say, hey, I really want a producer, can you come out and have some lunch with me and see if you vibe, like if you're, if you connect, if they get your vision, and if you would trust them to figure out all the logistics of your film, and then little by little, they'll say no, and then they'll be like, but I know someone else that can do it. But it is really all trial and error, and it really is like trying to see if people are good people always. But which can happen on set, and then it can happen offset. It can happen offset as well.
Anyone else? All right, well, I want to thank everyone for being here, and especially the panelists today. It was great to have you guys here and talk a little bit about the craft of filmmaking. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You okay? Can take these off.
He's walking up to her.
Yes.
Just approach it.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I know.
and that's what I teach. But I'll be talking to people that know a lot more about the business of film and or have made a film, so they're learning a lot about that presently. To my left, we changed the seating order, so I'll do my best. We've got Alexander Semirano, CPA, which is like a certified accountant, public accountant, and Ohio tax credit expert. Tax credits really drive the film business these days, so important to talk to someone like that. And also worked on Ryan Kelly's movies. Ryan Kelly, next fellow here, has 2 films at CIFF. One called Buddy, which is a narrative fiction film, which is sort of, how would you describe it? we'll get into that. I'll give you a chance to explain it in a minute. And another film, a documentary called Slow Burn Shoot. So I think can provide a unique perspective on getting 2 very different kinds of movies going. One that took 7 years as a documentary about independent wrestling, and one that is a very stylized narrative fiction film. We've got Elliot Lanzer, who is a student here, but has a film in the festival. One of my students, good student, is going to leave us soon, sadly. His film is called Lucas and Claire, short film that is very beautiful, actually. I am a huge proponent of his, but also the film in particular. You should go see it. It's playing in the local heroes section. And then on my far left, we've got Luca Malacrino from Wales, from Cardiff, but now lives in Los Angeles, right? Luca wrote, produced, and co-starred in Bravado, which is a psychological thriller about screenwriters, basically. Cool. All right, let's get into it. We'll start with Ryan. We'll just move our way down. But I want you to tell us a bit about your film and how it got made from a sort of a business perspective. And you could talk about Slow Burn Shoot, which I think is aptly named because it took a long time to make. Yeah. But also, that was a passion project, which probably cost less money than Buddy.
For the director, yes.
Yeah.
Adam Wilde is the director, who is my partner.
I'm sorry, you executive produced, yeah.
Yes, and ironically, I was with him the first night that this whole thing started, but we didn't end up working together for quite some time. But it started off as a photo project, and after he spent almost a year of doing kind of behind-the-scenes photography of these wrestlers and kind of their situation behind the scenes, then he decided that, hey, they've got a really great story, and some things had happened within the world of AIW, which is a local wrestling promotion here in Cleveland. And he decided to kind of start to build a film around it. And then obviously COVID, and that kind of slowed things down a little bit. But when we started Substance a couple years ago, my partner Jeff and I and Adam kind of sat together and we were like, let's push Slow Burn out and let's get this out because it's really good. And so the 3 of us and John, wherever John is, he's here somewhere, editor and writer, the 4 of us kind of just crafted this thing together over the past year and a half to where it is now, and we're really happy with it. Buddy, on the other hand, is a Hollywood production that was brought to us from the other producer, Tyler Davidson. And that was, read the script and see how can we get involved and how we fit with what they were trying to do. And after I read the script, I said, we're going to do whatever we can to accommodate you, because this is hilarious and it's insane. So then it just became, dealing with, the business side of things and what we could supply the production as Substance and TRG, which is our parent company. What we could supply to Buddy to bring it into Cleveland and give it a home and build other things for it. And so it's relationships and for both Slow Burn and for Buddy, they're both relationships that it's the biggest thing I always say is networking and talking to people and relationships. It's how I know Alex, and it's how I know everybody there. So But yeah.
Ryan, for context, is a partner in large, and I mean very large, commercial production studio here in Cleveland called TRG Multimedia, right?
Yeah,
and
Adam, my partner is Adam, who's the CEO of TRG Multimedia.
Okay.
We are the same thing,
An entity,
but
yeah.
I am movies and television.
Your substance. Okay.
Sometimes we kind of go back and forth with each other, but a lot of
But
the
you
stuff
photographed Buddy in that studio, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Buddy was all in TRG, except there's some, we did on location for about a week, but everything else is inside TRG. So if you were able to see Buddy, anything that's Buddy's world is inside of TRG.
Cool. All right, Elliot, so you made a short film for school.
Yes.
And it's now going to festival.
Right. Yeah, my film's Lucas and Claire. It's a romance shot almost entirely in ASL. And
American Sign Language.
American Sign Language, right. And yeah, we didn't have much of a budget. So, and I don't know how much I can say in terms of the business aspect, that it was really just, asking for a bunch of favors, collaborating with a bunch of students, not only in, the film school, but, musicians as well. And we even had an ASL coordinator on set who was a student at CSU. So it's really just with the community that we have here, like really utilizing that, to get our crew together. So yeah.
And Luca.
Yeah.
Bravado.
Bravado.
Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so first of all, it was co-written between myself and my kind of producing creative partner, Alex Hanno. Him and I always kind of tackle story together. There's the actual screenplay. We co-produced it, he directed it, I starred in it. So this is our second feature film. And in terms of the business aspect of this one, after we finished our first feature film, which was a kind of slice of life romantic comedy, we realized that a slice of life romantic comedy only does well commercially if Brad Pitt or Angelina Jolie is attached to it in a way. So we learned from that one, we want to attack this one from a little bit more of a business aspect. So we thought about, okay, what is the genre? What is the audience that we want to work with? What locations do we have available? And as we are slowly starting to figure out kind of the board, the darts on the board, we then had two other kind of bigger budget features that we are moving forward that one day they're going, the next day they're not, in the usual ups and downs of producing. And then we ended up selling one of our scripts that we were going to produce, and he was going to direct and I was going to star in. And we had a little bit of money put aside that we had to use. And we had to make a decision, which was, do we put this money into a bigger project and hope that it was going to happen and keep plugging away, but it could take another 5 years? Or were we going to take this into our own hands and say, bugger it, like let's film something, let's shoot something we're proud of, that we're excited about, that we have control as filmmakers, and let's show the world what we can do. So we ended up going down that path. We lost some talent on some of the bigger projects because of it, from a sacrifice standpoint, and we started with that. We knew that we wanted to film in Wales, which is where I'm from. I'm Welsh, even though I have a very Welsh name, Luca Malacrino. And we filmed it partly in Wales, partly in LA, as we were starting to work with some kind of Welsh government boards to use it as a proof of concept and to see what it was like to film in Wales. And we had an amazing time. We feel really good about the production. This is one of our first submissions, and we got into CIFF 50, which was a huge milestone. We were like, this is amazing. And we really wanted to focus on the struggle of not just screenwriting, but the relationship piece that we were interested by were how many people we speak with that have somebody in their life that has pushed them so far that they have an element of resentment towards them. But at the same time, when looking back at that individual, they look at them and say, without them, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. So there's this kind of love-hate relationship, and that was really interesting. So we took that as one of the main narrative kind of storylines. We chose a structure that was a film within a film that had a UK gritty mafia element kind of woven through it. And we really wanted to make it authentic. So we did a documentary at the same time with screenwriters from all different backgrounds, ages, races, everything. And we kind of tied it into this, I would like to say, unique concept that we're really proud of.
Yeah, there are I can definitely see your influences a little bit, like the player sort of But there's so much, like many different genres at play at once, and the documentary stuff felt really authentic. But I guess it's because it was real. It seems like they've wedged sort of documentary into this film. You should go see it. But also, it gave you a chance to shine as an actor because you get to play many different parts in it. Because it's basically about a screenwriter who's doing rewrites, and then Luca is able to then play all these different roles. So did you tailor? This is my next question. Really, is for each of you. Did you tailor make? What business considerations did you make? And you kind of spoke to it, Luca. But so did you make this screenplay after you received those funds, just something that was doable?
Yeah, I mean, we had this decision, and Alex and I we said we're going to go for a walk, and at the end of this walk, we are going to make a decision. Like, what are we going to do? Because I think as filmmakers, we get into this trap of like letting other people control what we do, and you lose that circle of influence, and it becomes like this ongoing battle of like, I guess I'll wait. So after the conversation, we said, we're going to make it. We put a full day in the diary. We each selected 4, successful commercial films that had rode the line of commercial but still indie. And he pitched 3, I pitched 3. We sat down, we watched all the movies back to back, and we started just, getting into it. And he had spoken to Caitlin, who's the lead, who's wonderful. It plays Emmy Erickson. And said, I just have this like whiplash kind of relationship that I would love to explore as a screenwriter. He runs a screenwriting room in LA, so he's writing something that's authentic. And all of a sudden, as soon as you start putting up, I don't want to say like barriers or blocks, but as artists, I feel like sometimes in the indie film space, it's like we come up with these crazy ideas, and the page 1 rewrite is done, and then you send it to somebody, and an executive producer, and they go, yeah, this is a $15 million film. You're like, okay, this is going to be, I was hoping this was going to be more on the $100,000 film. So we really didn't want to get down that path because we had 2 other big films ready. And we said, again, like, what are the locations that we have? Who are the actors that we love and have wanted to work with? Like, how can we spin this off on the business aspect so it feels made for this project? And as soon as we started putting up these almost barriers, the creativity was able to kind of like ooze through the barriers and come to life. And then because the team was so strong, it then took its own life. Like it kind of escaped our hands, and it was like, all right, I guess this baby's born now. Let's see who adds what to it. So it was definitely a business choice. And I also own a company that is kind of in the marketing space. So the entire time we were thinking, like, what is the first audience? What is the second layer audience? What would the materials be that we could shoot at the beginning to layer that in, to bring more attention to it? So we're always thinking of the end goal in mind while starting the journey.
Well, I think you did do what you want as an indie filmmaker. You made a very small picture, but you are considering audience and the final placement for this film, because it is sort of a genre picture. It's
right.
A thriller. It's about the industry, so you have like an automatic 200,000 people worldwide that want to watch it. Like, that's why La La Land wins the Oscar, even though whatever, or it won, and I guess it didn't win actually. Oops, yeah, my bad. It's fine. It's a fine movie. This is on TV, right? Anyway, I just think that is something that we all are going through all the time as people who write movies. Yesterday I was speaking with a friend of mine who's in acquisitions, and I was sort of pitching him on the thing that I'm trying to make, which is this year, which is a small family drama, costs nothing, intentionally, because it can do it. And then he was like, no, you should make your $10 million thriller. I was like, I can't. What are you talking about? And he's like, there's no audience for the thing that you want to do. And I was like, okay, but I just want to do it. So I don't know. So kudos to you for just going for it. But you also were able to kind of factor in, I think, marketing at the same time. So it's an achievement. Elliot, yeah. So you made a short film, which is a drama. It's sweet, affecting. A lot of emotional weight. It's the kind of short film that you want in your lineup. But you've just made a feature, on your own
Yes.
as a student, which is
Yes.
which is amazing.
Yeah.
What business considerations did you make when you made the feature, which is a far cry from
Right.
American
Yeah.
Sign Language romance?
Definitely. I mean, with that, I really was just looking at what I had access to. And my grandparents have this really nice lake house, you know, near Sandusky, Lake Erie. And I've always wanted to use it for something. And I'm like, why don't I just, you know, write a low budget feature film around this area, just invite, you know, a bunch of, you know, the actors that I've, you know, grown to know from CSU, all the talent that I've, you know, gotten to know, and just make this movie over the course of, you know, a week, and just stay at the location and just utilize everything there. So it's really like a, you know, a contained story. But that was, you know, it was by design. Yeah.
And the genre is?
It's more of like a dark comedy thriller. So I really wanted to do something different out of my comfort zone after, you know, this short film. But still wanted to work with all the talented people that I met on that film. So yeah,
So
it kind of just
were
came
you
from
thinking
there.
about marketability or sales, or were you thinking about like, what can I do with this cast and my resources?
Yeah, it was really that, and then also like, how can I make something that is engaging all the way through? I've never made a feature before, you know, so it was really like a learning experience for me to see, okay, like what works in a feature film, you know, what doesn't. So, but kind of framing it in this, you know, like kind of thriller way really helped me just, you know, to make something that, you know, had those moments of excitement and engagement that I could, you know, play around with. And then in terms of marketability, I think, you know, that is, as a feature, probably, you know, more marketable, promising, can hook the audience, you know.
I think some people will watch it just because the effort that you made, you know, as a student making a feature, that's like going to get some butts in the seats regardless. So, Ryan, so both of your films, very disparate, I think, in terms of business considerations. And Buddy, which is, I mean, what's like the log line for Buddy?
Kids try to escape a television show.
Okay.
You think about, I mean, Buddy is essentially, I can't say the name, Purple Dinosaur, but
you guys know
think
the
about
one.
that, and you know, the kids, you know, they realize that Buddy is not so nice sometimes, and they figure this out, and Buddy figures out that they figured it out, and then all craziness happens. But for us, you know, there's two lanes here, obviously, with the documentary. For Slow Burn, it was very much, you know, it started off as a passion project, and then as you're building it, it's what's the marketability for this film, and where's this audience? Obviously, this audience is pro wrestling, which is huge. But it's still a niche. It's still a niche, you know, like little world. But the world of pro wrestling is very big, and you know, so the names, it's like who's involved in this, and some of the names are in WWE now or AEW, in the big leagues of pro wrestling. So it's like there's some marketability there, so that helps tremendously. Can we get those folks to sign off on us doing this too? Yes. Okay, then that in turn lends itself to the AIW, the promotion itself, that gives that credit and clout. So then it's like, okay, as long as these folks are involved, that shows this company and what this company is all about, that helps at least get that out there. You know, it's, oh, they're involved. That's great. So that's us just spending money. With Buddy, it's very different because it's such a bigger thing. So that we're still spending money. We're executive producers on it, but it's, you know, they're coming to shoot here, and the package that is presented to us is, you know, the script is great, first of all, and Casper Kelly, who is the director, is hilarious. If you've never seen Too Many Cooks on Adult Swim, you need to, because it's absolutely bonkers. But like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, all right, well, that's amazing. And then you see that Tyler Davidson, who is a producer, and you know, he's from here, and it's like, oh, that'd be great to work with Tyler. And he did Take Shelter, which is a phenomenal movie, and Emily the Criminal, just great stuff. And then the other company involved was Boulder Light, and Boulder Light had just put out Companion and Friendship Weapons was about to hit in theaters. And it was like, well, these guys they're on a rocket to the moon. Like, this makes a ton of sense. And it was like, how do we fit into this this equation? And it's like, well, we can build all the things, and we can work with the different companies and unions and stuff like that to make sure that this goes off without a hitch in Cleveland here. And that's just like, and then it becomes this movie. We've got Casper, we've got these production companies. What cast names can we add to this? That like, and the first person that we got was Kristen Milioti, and Kristen, had just came off of winning an Emmy with Penguin, and then Topher Grace signed on shortly after that, and Keegan-Michael Key, and I'm dropping all these names on the floor, but
hey, this is the forum for it, for sure.
But Pat, like Patton and stuff like that. It's just like, so when we finish the movie and we take it out to to Sundance, South by Southwest, and CIFF and stuff like that, it's like, it's there. Like, the package is pretty complete. And then the movie's just bonkers anyways. But
yeah, so it's a bonkers movie, but
yeah.
Which is a
It's
tough,
like,
tough sell, right, to say that. But
yeah.
But you're investing in the talent, in
Yes.
Casper Kelly, the director,
in
all of the actors that sign on, and the studios that you're working with.
Correct.
Have a track record
Yes.
of making interesting stuff.
Absolutely, and that makes the decision to invest in it, and to do service for it. Makes that decision a lot easier, which is a lot of things that we take into account now with the scripts that we're getting and the things on our slate. That there's a lot of this slow burn lane, but there's also the buddy lane and the feature lane that we are able to kind of manage both of those things now. So,
are these the first two features for Substance, your film studio?
Well, Substance will have 5 things out this year alone.
Oh wow! Okay.
Slow burn. Buddy, there's a 11-part series called Wrestle Her, which will debut. There'll be an announcement about that, like, I think next week. Micronations is another documentary that's going to another film festival that I can't say yet. And then another movie called Art of Destruction that'll all be out. And then there's another series called Flight Test. Flight Test that will be out this year as well. So 2 series, 4 movies. But then the studio, we helped do Shelby Oaks last year, which was out in theaters. But we're really excited about the things that we have coming up as well. So, but one of the things that, from our business standpoint, is like, bring the movies here, show that we, wave the flag for Cleveland and say, shoot here. We've got folks that can help you navigate the tax credit. We got folks that can help you build your sets and do all the things. We have the great staff. I mean, even here at Cleveland State, I graduated from film school, which was over there at the time. But at Buddy, there was 7 graduates from Cleveland State that worked on this that I was able to help hire.
Some current students too.
And then 1 current student, yeah. And so it's, that whole aspect of, infrastructure here in Cleveland and the business side of that and getting people to work is a big part of our message, so.
Yeah, so my next question, Alexander, I think you can speak to this a little bit too, because you helped with budgeting on Buddy. What were the budgets like for these films? We'll start here and then work our way down.
Well, I don't think I got that involved in the budgeting piece, but
I'm not that involved with that.
that's right. But in the end, it was what I work with my clients is taking a look at their production budget to make that you may end up going over budget, just to ultimately make sure that you've covered everything, because then at that point you go on to the film tax credit. And the film tax credit, again, it's a minimum $300,000 production cost, and you get 30% back. The key is when you get awarded the credit by the state, it's 30% of that production budget. And when we prepare the audit, which is required to qualify the eligible expenses, if we come up with a higher number because the production ended up going over budget, we're limited to what was awarded. So you want to really take a lot of time to put together that budget, including the contingency line. Make sure you've got enough there for any surprises that happen. So we want to make sure that the audit comes in as close to the award as possible, because if we go beyond that, we're leaving money on the table.
And did we got close with Buddy to nailing it?
We went over 300,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it definitely was over.
It's safe to say that.
Yeah.
But slow burn was spread out for so many years that it wasn't able to we weren't even able to file at that point, just because it's just well over.
Right.
But I mean, having somebody like Alex, a phone call away for even the things that we're planning on doing now, it's like, I know this is going to be over 300,000, so I got to make sure that Alex is aware that this is about to happen.
Yeah.
And then it just, it just makes things a lot smoother. And then I don't have to, 100% focus on making sure that because he's so much better at it than so.
Are you able to speak to what the total budget was for Buddy, or?
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I know where it was, but I know that.
Yeah.
it's moved me. It's always moved.
Continues to move.
But that's the thing. It's like there was a budget when we first started the film that it exceeded. So that's just kind of how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
You just
be expected.
Yeah.
Right. And that's how it goes back to making sure.
Yeah.
You look at everything.
I think commercials are the only thing that go under budget, because then the director can get a little, $2,000 extra bucks or something. So try really hard to.
You'd have to ask my partner.
Yeah. Elliot, your budget for both your short and your feature. I'm curious.
Well, I mean, they're student films, right? So, I mean, really the only thing we were paying for was catering, really. So, I mean, to be honest. So it was like.
And was it pizza?
I don't know, a couple $100, you know? So.
Where are you finding that money? You're just funding it yourself?
It's me and the producer, yeah, really. Maybe we would spoil the crew one time and get Raising Cane's or something. But, but yeah, I mean, that's really, I mean, otherwise, we're like locations, we just used what we had, we just used what we had in terms of crew and everything. So we made it work within our means, so.
Very cool. And Luca?
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of term on this one as well, as in I'd have to check with my producing partner first, but I feel like what I can share is it's a true micro-budget indie film. And on the budget side, one thing that was important to us was working with a Welsh company on the post-production through a post-production deal. And we got so lucky because the quality of the edit and the post-production that we had on this film and the locations all came from belief. And it was from us, kind of what you were sharing earlier, being able to go in a room and sell the vision, sell what the byproduct of this will be, what the story is, what the characters are. And it was a little bit difficult for us at certain points because some of the two-handers, we ended up shooting with 2 cameras at the same time, and the way we rehearsed the scenes, we didn't actually say the dialogue. So we were like, it was like, this is what it's gonna be like, but it might change a little bit, but I promise you it'll be good. So we ended up securing an amazing post-production deal with a wonderful post house called Lab Class, who were a huge part of this film. And we still actually don't know on the business side if it's better to say the actual budget or if it's better to say an inflated budget of what it would be if you paid for everything. And I think, indie filmmakers sometimes struggle with this question because it's like you want to show what you can do to inspire other people, but at the same time, you might get cut off from a deal to pay for your next film. So that's kind of the truth. It was a micro indie budget that we fronted from selling a script and put our own money into, and we had to pitch like hell to get it made.
So this kind of leads nicely into my next question. It tends to go that way with my interviews. Just kidding, I don't do this ever. We'll just start with Luca again, because you're speaking to the post-production folks you were able to obtain by working with a Welsh company and shooting in Wales. How important, and this will be something too you can speak to, Alex, is place for filmmaking? Because I live in Cleveland. A lot of you live in Cleveland. Sometimes Cleveland can feel as far away as Cardiff from Hollywood. And I'm curious, more just generally, what kind of, what business career motivations drove you to move to Los Angeles instead of, say, London? Which maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll go back with all the TV that's happening in London right now, but. That's a great question.
A very good question. I'll give you the high level one because I've got a bit of a random backstory. At the age of 18, I opened up a nightclub in LA, in Cardiff, in Wales. So I was a
normal story.
Yeah, a normal, very weird story. But I was a nightclub owner at the age of 18 and put myself in a bunch of debt and tried to figure out how I was going to do this. And then I was able to then acquire a second nightclub the year after. So I was like this young, cool dude, nightclub owner that knew nothing about art and film. And basically I had a 3-year period where my granddad, who I spent a lot of time with, was like, you need to sell this nightclub when you can because this is not going to end well for you. And I ended up learning a lot of lessons in that world of wearing different hats and taking on different personas in order to survive and grow. And then I basically randomly ended up taking an acting class while I was in the UK. And at the time, I had this kind of reputation. I knew people as this kind of young nightclub owner. And I fell in love with acting so hard that I remember being on stage for the first time being like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This world felt right. So I tried thinking, do I want to go to London? Because there's so many good London, acting schools. And I made the conscious decision to move to Los Angeles or look for schools in Los Angeles because I wanted a clean break. I wanted to kind of step into this new persona, this new identity to really immerse myself. Because if I wanted to master an American accent, I can't go into my local Cardiff shop where people know me and try put this fake, New York accent, for example. So I made the decision to, sell up the nightclubs, move to LA. I got into AMDA, which is a wonderful school there. And then as I was finishing kind of school, getting into the real acting world, the business part of my brain kept saying the same thing. It was like, why do you feel that you're just gonna walk into a movie that's got a $10 million budget and they're gonna trust you with no credits? It makes no sense from a business aspect. You have no following, maybe you're good, but it's too much of a risk. So I realized really early on the producing side, oh, I've got to produce my own stuff. I have to do that in order to be able to showcase my own work and to, again, take ownership in an industry that, unfortunately, the ownership isn't always there or the control. So it kind of went from business to nightclubs, full tilt, struggling artist, and then moved back into producing, and then back into acting, and kind of this mix of art meets business that I feel so passionately about because I genuinely feel that art helps business and business helps art, and it's almost like a superpower when you can build those two at the same time. It's like the two people on the shoulder being like, think about this more logically and be more emotional, and it's if you can find that mix, I think it really helps.
In terms of community, do you feel that being in LA as a screenwriter, because you're an actor, but you're also obviously writing a lot, is that important? Because that's actually a huge aspect of Bravado. Is interestingly, the protagonist is isolated from the rest of. And I lived in Los Angeles for a decade, and I felt kind of like that, frankly. All my friends were musicians, and everyone's in the film business a little competitive and not always friendly. So I don't know. Is it a good environment for you, or is it kind of love-hate?
It's a really interesting one because I think at the beginning, for example, when I was in school, everyone's got this green energy of go, 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 we're gonna support each other and well done on the audition. But then all of a sudden you graduate and it's oh, they booked a show, oh, they're on the red carpet, oh, they're on, and you start, there's a bit of ego in there, there's definitely. And I think there's power in that where if you can overcome that and you can still be the supporter and work on your own craft and believe that, time is everything and just trust in the power of timing, I think it is. But the isolating part is you're right, you have to work on that craft. You have to do the 10,000 hours. And it's that balance of being able to control a screenwriter and just sit in front of this laptop for hours and hours, feel good about it, and then have somebody say, yeah, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that, and I don't like that, redo it again. And you're like, hold on, I've got to do this again on my own, and I'm going to miss my mother's birthday because I have to get this done by Friday. And you start getting into this headspace of why am I really doing this? But then all of a sudden a win comes up and you're hooked again. You're like, oh, this is amazing, this is so fun. And that's why we do it.
Elliot, for you, so you're, I think you're originally from Sweden, but you live here.
Yes.
You grew up here, sort of. And,
Yeah.
And
Pretty much.
how do you find Cleveland? And I mean, do you think that this is a community from a film business, film career perspective? Do you think that you might stay, or are you going to seek just explore the world, the broader world?
I mean, in terms of the future after I graduate, I'm not quite sure yet, but there has been lots of opportunity in Cleveland for me. Just as a student so far, it's been amazing, and I just love living in the city and going to school here. It's just a really unique and fun experience that not other college campuses are like. The fact that this film school is like in the middle of Playhouse Square is like pretty unique, pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's a decision I'm gonna have to make, and I'm not quite sure yet, but I mean, I love Cleveland, so.
I went to school in Manhattan, and we did not have access to the kinds of locations that you guys, like in Cleveland, people are like, oh.
That's another thing,
yeah. Of course. You can shoot in the Opera House, like whatever. Yeah,
yeah,
we'd love that.
There's a lot of beautiful locations around here too. Yeah,
so
definitely.
there is a lot of access, which I think you lack elsewhere. For substance, I mean, you clearly are like very much Cleveland centric, and you believe in the Cleveland and Ohio project.
Do.
Yeah.
We're planted here. I love LA. I love New York. I love Atlanta. I'll be in LA for 2 weeks at the end of this month, just having face-to-face meetings. I love leaving LA. I love coming home.
We all do. Yeah.
I mean, it's a wonderful place, but the days of having to do it there they're done. Like there's still a lot there, but with the contraction of our industry, it's becoming, if you're not in that bubble, you gotta go. You gotta go do somewhere else. You gotta be somewhere else. Here, other schools that are developing talent, like it's our job to be able to make the things that allow these folks to keep working and to build up that infrastructure so that this can become a thing that people can make a living out of, essentially. And, that we have everything that you would possibly need here to make anything. Every landscape, that you could possibly need. And then now TRG has a virtual production wall we could be on the top of Everest if we wanted to, and we can make it, that will happen. So, there's zero reason to leave anymore. It's, the industry still runs in those cities, obviously, and there are connections. And, we were just talking with a Gramercy that's going to shoot in New York on this film, and we were going to be a part of it. It didn't end up working out, but it was, their credit, we have our credit, and it was like, how do we make this work between the two? And so there's still symmetry between us in LA and us in New York, and Substance will shoot mostly our stuff here, but we're going to go and Substance will film stuff in Chicago and Los Angeles, but the majority of our stuff we want to focus here in Cleveland because we don't need to go to those places. We don't. Everything that we need is here.
So Alex, who is getting these tax credits now? Are there a lot of indie films taking advantage of it, or is it mostly? I mean, Superman, huge movie shot here last year. I think they're going to shoot another one in Ohio soon. Is it all? There's a cap on it, right? Is it mostly going to these huge Hollywood productions that are flying in, or is it actually going to little $1 million pictures?
It's a mixed bag. In the end, the state allocates $50 million every July 1st, at least for this current budget period. And where a couple years ago, the application process was only twice a year. It was in April and October. They were looking at what the economic impact of these applicants brought to the table. Episodics definitely would have a pretty big impact. Something like Superman, definitely, but Superman comes in and goes out. The credit is available for any filmmakers. And currently, it's a rolling application, basically first come, first serve, until the funds are completely allocated. And then it resets come July 1st, it'll reset again. So it is definitely catered to independent filmmakers. Again, you have to have that $300,000 limit. But someone like Superman can come in and take a larger part of that credit. But it's been a while since we've gotten to the point that we've run out of credit incentive. That happened several years ago. So it's increased to the point that I just haven't seen us getting close to emptying out that fund.
So what can we do better? What can the state do better? And Cleveland specifically, Ryan, maybe you could speak to this too. Like, do we need to get a series here for it to for there to be a crew working all the time? And my other question is in the same vein. It seems like a lot of production is going to Cincinnati, Ohio, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we have a little bit less of it. And I wonder why that is, because our locations are awesome.
I guess, I mean, go ahead.
It's Cincinnati, Columbus, Youngstown, Toledo, all have commissions. So they're all waving flags, come film here. Our commission is phenomenal. Like Mike and Bill and that whole team, they're just great human beings. They can only wave the flag so high before, at the end of the day, it's the director, the producers who decide where they're going to go. And if Superman is shooting the Hall of Justice in Cincinnati, that's where they're going to go back to. And that's okay. That's totally fine. Yes, a series would be tremendous. We just have to find the right one. And it's, that's always a thought process of me and my partners is if we can have a series come here and utilize TRG, the studio, and just set up shop and just be there, we would 100% welcome that with open arms. We just got to find the right one. That's all. I mean, it's just a matter of, and TV is crazy right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everything is crazy. Everything is volatile right now. It's just the business. But TV is, it's those things are contracting within, the parameters of what's already there. So the outside stuff is like, hey, we've got a great thing over here. It's like, yeah, but we didn't think of it. So maybe not yet, but maybe later when you've got, when your name is, we know who you are. It's like, okay, well then we'll be fine on our own. Thank you. So
I think part of it is the infrastructure. The more infrastructure you have here in Cleveland, a lot of the independent filmmaker clients that I work with, they're looking for something like a one-stop shop, TRG, for example. They want to come in, they want to do what they're passionate about doing is filmmaking, but they want to have all of those resources basically around them. The accounting, the auditing, the finance, the investors, very important, and the facilities. So infrastructure is a big thing.
Okay. I'm curious, I think you spoke to this a little bit, Luca, but what are some of your, what are some projects that have sort of failed to start or gain traction through a business lens that just seemed to be impossible, and then I guess you spoke to it, you ended up doing Bravado because the other things were a little bit too big. But what's something that you wish you could just force, even if the business says, no, that's not a good idea?
I think it's, again, for me, sorry, did you want me to answer?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I think, again, it's there's two paths that I keep seeing from the business aspect of filmmaking. And it's like, you make something that is so unique and so original and so small budget that it gets a world of its own and it has the momentum. And the momentum, I think, is the key word here. And it's like, a bang. It's like, oh, wow, it latches on. It has an audience. You make money. And I think, unfortunately, because of, again, the business backbone in filmmaking, is you got to remember, investors and entrepreneurs, they're always thinking of one thing, right, which is how much money we can make back, or is this going to make a profit? Are we going to lose money on this project? So they're not thinking always like, well, how good is this and what could it be, and let's take a risk. It's like, no, like how can we guarantee that this is going to be successful, to grow the top line, to make sure that the stock improves, and it's always down to the numbers. So again, if it's a momentum and a filmmaker is hot and he's made a film or she's made a film that's done well, it's like, yeah, I'll take a bet on that because they're riding on this momentum. Well, the second option is you got to earn that momentum. You got to, make one film, and then you got to build up a few connections, and then you got to meet an actor that's got a name, and then you got to share a script and hope they like it, and then you got to bring them on a project and give them a cut of the film, and all of a sudden you start like layering on these package materials where, again, an investor or a studio looks at it and goes, who is it? What is the value? How many bums on seats? Okay, there's an 80% chance we make the money back. Here's the check. And it's like, because I feel like a lot of the filmmakers that I work with and I meet don't have that kind of business background, they're not thinking about it in that way, they get defeated by it because it's like, it's a P&L, like it's literally a P&L based on risk. And I think as soon as you can understand that and see that risk and understand that it's about numbers on seats, you can start creating this path where it's like with these bigger projects that I'm developing right now with Welsh Government, one of them is like a $3-4 million project, the other one's more of like a 10 million. And we know that above the line talent's probably gonna take up 50% of that budget, maybe more, because that's what it takes to make the film. Unfortunately, it's not how the film is made and what cameras we're using and the stuff that people get excited about. So I think it's again, creating the momentum, but I think for me, the most important part of it is like, how do we as filmmakers in the indie space start having more control on the distribution? Like, how do we get to a place where we understand the data of what is working well, what isn't working well, which videos are people clicking and improving the cost per view? Like, I think once we get that back into our world as filmmakers, we can start sharing that information and actually having control of saying, oh, I'm gonna control the risk on this project. And then I'm gonna charge a premium because I'm the one taking the risk on this project instead of you. And I honestly think that's just the way I hope it continues to go. But it's tough because you have to, you lose talent that are attached to projects, and it's like, oh, I wanted to work with this person so much. Or you work on a project that's time sensitive and another film comes out about the same topic, and you're like, well, 4 years, down the drain. And that's unfortunately the bittersweet truth.
I thought Deep Impact was great. Ryan, do you have any?
No, nail on the head.
Yeah,
like he's exactly right. I think though, to piggyback on his point, there is a lot of that indie filmmaker thoughts of straight distribution that is starting to gain momentum, which is great. And there are different ways now of distributing your materials versus the traditional way that it had always been. So as more doors keep opening up, and I think that, being, indie filmmakers like ourselves, we are going to fight harder than anything else. So we are going to find the right ways, no matter what. It's just it's either that or die. So that is forcing us to consider these other options and these, like, just getting it out there and getting it in front of people to let it run its life is becoming more of a reality in our world, for sure.
Yeah, Bravado has a line in it where it's about an action adventure film pitch that has no IP attached.
Oh, yeah.
And the screenwriter's like, that's not going to happen. Like your little action adventure idea. Do you think so? I mean, with these new streams of distribution, is there a space for a middle ground? Is it just micro budgets and just superheroes, or is there?
No, I think that the middle ground is starting to develop, honestly, because with the merger, right? So these Paramount, Warner Brothers are becoming this huge thing, and then you have Netflix and Apple and stuff like that. Then there's everybody else. That's a small amount of the people that make films and make content. I hate saying content, but films and television series and stuff like that. So those people are already they're going to have that. Everybody else is going to have to figure it out, and they're starting to. So it's whether it's self-distribution, it's YouTube, it's floor walling, whatever the case may be. Slow but sure, we're going to do a road show. So we're going to take the film to different theaters and have a wrestler or the director, somebody there to like have a Q&A to talk about it and make it an event like a tour, like a band would tour. It could be the same thing. And that will, at some point, then that should catch fire. And then if we self-release it, then that catch fire. Then it gets licensed by somebody. You know, it just, you become more efficient that way because you have no choice. And I think the more that we do this and the more that we are putting out these things that, yeah, it's got this actor, but you may not know him, but you're gonna, or you know, that, whatever the case may be, or this director or this writer, you may not know him, but look at what they've done already. Like, that will gain.
You were a producer on Shelby Oaks, right? Which
we did.
You helped out.
We helped, yeah. Not a producer.
But you know about, this is an interesting example. So the guy, Chris Stuckman.
Yeah, Stuckman.
He is a YouTuber.
Yeah.
And then got a chance to make his own film because his fans were like, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
And he crowdfunded it. And then people went to theaters and saw it.
He spoke directly to his audience and said, help me fund this. And he got over $1 million in funding to make the movie. He made it, he put it out into a film festival. A representative from Neon saw it, liked the movie, said, hey, we're gonna fix some of the stuff that we think will help the movie get. That's who called us, was Neon. So Neon calls us and they said, hey, we're gonna bring this movie that was shot in Ohio and we'll help fix it. And then Neon puts it out, and that's, but Chris had put it out already, and with Neon coming in and acquiring that film, he won. Like that was, whether or not the movie did well in theaters is irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he got this and put it out there, and then somebody paid money for it, and then people paid money to go see it. That's a win for him, and will help him make his next movie.
So are we thinking about, Luke, are you thinking about casting like a YouTuber in your next film, or?
Listen, I'm not going to say no. This is actually a funny story. I originally got cast in one of the first like YouTube Red series when it first like started. And I was about to shoot, and they replaced the director, and the director made everyone re-audition for the role, for the series regular, and everyone got cut, and he recast it with YouTube stars that weren't trained actors. And I remember at the time being so upset and so gutted. It was like, you know, you're signing this agreement, and they're gonna make figurines about you, and oh, you've made it. And then you lose it, but then when I rewatched it when it came out, I was like, oh, wow, dodged a bullet there. Like it wasn't very good. So here's the deal. I'm like, the ultimate shiny star is if they have a following and they're also talented, then I think it's good. However, I think sometimes if you sacrifice quality of work where audience members are like taken out by the film, but everything else is just almost there, I don't think the sacrifice is worth it. And ultimately, you know, putting my kind of marketing hat on, the simple rule is always brand awareness is always cheaper than lead acquisition. So like when you think of anything in business, if you're spending X amount of dollars on brand awareness, like getting attention to this film, story, documentary in some clever, unique way, when you then go to target the audience later to say, buy my film, watch my film, go to the cinemas, it's gonna cost you a fraction of the cost as it would if you just say, come and watch my movie. And I think the filmmakers that are in the YouTube world and the viral media are realizing this and saying, well, hold on, I've already got a following. I know how to create brand awareness. I'm just going to do that, and then I'm going to target them at a fraction of the cost, and then I'm going to make a killing off it. Yep. And I think that middle of the road is probably what's going to end up happening, and these YouTubers, hopefully, are going to start spending more time on the craft and putting in the 10,000 hours, and then they're unstoppable. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, and you know, I think they probably have to make a couple. It's a lot of pressure for them to have millions of, but like it's their first thing, so yeah. They just happen to already have a huge audience, and it's in every theater. So, my final question is, before we open it up to the audience for about 15 minutes, it's sort of a two-parter. How relevant these days? I'm an elder millennial, and a lot of my friends who are filmmakers, I think, have a little bit of festival fatigue because they keep getting their shorts into them, or they'll even get like a feature into it, but then it doesn't really like break them open necessarily like it did in the 90s. How important do we think festivals are still? I think you just spoke to Shelby Oaks doing well because of that. And also, where do you hope that these films land? Elliot, that could be your feature, which is not out yet, I don't think. But yeah, how does the festival circuit kind of play into that? You could, Ryan, start us off.
Yes. I mean, I love
Sundance.
I was just at Sundance, which is, you know, it's an animal unto itself. I love festivals. I love coming here. I worked here through film school and things like that. I think that their festivals are, if you go into the festival thinking that your film is going to be sold at the festival, then you're doing it for the wrong reason. Like, you're going to the festival for the wrong reason. If you're going to a festival so that you can meet, then that's the right reason. That at Sundance, for instance, you know, I saw a bunch of movies and had a bunch of, but the conversations I had with folks are now like, you know, companies sending us scripts, and it's like, okay, yes, this is kind of stuff that, and people that we truly enjoyed their work. So, yeah, I see their movie and it's like, oh, I like them. Like, yeah, let's have a conversation. But I think that it's, as a networking tool, it is still the strongest thing you can do, because you can't just walk up to Paramount or Netflix and knock on the door and be like, hey, can I come in and meet everybody? You can't. But you can.
No one knows who's in charge right now.
Yeah, that's true. The Netflix, they'll throw you right off the lot. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just the fact that you can come to a place like this and meet folks like these two, and it's like, yeah, you can. That's the value of the film festival right now, and I think that's worth every penny, and to get your movie into it.
Elliot, is this your first festival?
Yeah, this is like first festival run. Right? Yeah, right? Hopefully not. Fingers crossed, right?
Did you submit to others for Lucas and
Yeah,
Claire?
so Athens Film Festival is the same week, actually, so I think it's on Thursday.
Good
so
timing.
Yeah, and a few others as well that I'm waiting to hear back from. So, no, it's been a great experience so far, and like you said, it's really about just meeting other, you know, filmmakers, and for me, it's like just another form of like an education, you know, sitting in on these panels, you know, you get to learn a lot, definitely. So,
hosting them too, learn a lot.
Yeah, right. So, no, it's just been a great experience, and just something, you know, you work so hard on with, you know, other students, being able to see that, you know, on a big screen is really rewarding and exciting, and to see how the audience reacts to it is awesome. So.
I would say clearly it's definitely networking. It's huge at these festivals. It's also the exposure that you give to the project that you've put together. If it's a short, then the next step is to put it in front of investors. And in fact, I have a meeting in a few weeks to get in front of investors of this short that won a few awards at Sundance. So I think it's a great starting point because of that exposure, and then you bring in the investors, and it opens a door, and eventually leads to a full-length feature film.
Yeah, I mean, there is some prestige. I don't even know if people need to watch your short. They're just like, oh, you won Tribeca? Cool. Mm-hmm. Let's have a meeting.
I mean, I just did it with, there's a filmmaker here from Cleveland, went to Cleveland State. His name's Calvin Brown. He did animation.
He's amazing.
Calvin, you know.
Watch Calvin Brown's stuff.
I met him and through a festival, and saw his film and said, what do you need to help finish it? And we made a deal, and then he took it out to AFI, and I went with him to AFI, and he, you know, having him get into AFI and screen there, and the reaction allowed me to come back and say, hey, all right, let's make a feature. So then I called, you know, our other producer. I can't mention who they are yet, but there's another production company with us that are going to make his feature.
An animated feature.
Uh-huh.
Wow, amazing.
Shush.
Calvin Brown, a CSU alum, former student, just incredible talent. Can't say enough. He's just a nice guy too. So, so Luca, this is your premiere for Bravado?
Yeah, I will premiere a cheeky plug next Thursday and Friday. Come on down, watch the film. But when I feel like this question, I think of an analogy when it comes to film festivals, which is film festivals are kind of like a car. You have different tier cars, right? Different tier festivals, and you can have the best car in the world with a full tank of gas, but if you don't have a good map laid out and a good co-driver, you're not really going to get very far. And what I mean by that is one thing that, I have a wonderful team, associate producers are here, production designer that does the merch, is I feel like using that business mind or aspect when coming to festivals is probably the most important part, where it's like sit down with a team and say, cool, like, what are we trying to achieve? Like, what is the end goal with this film festival? Like, why are we going in the first place? Like, let's sit down and write that down. Let's understand the schedule. Like, let's sit down and write, are we going there to meet people for finance? Are we trying to get it out there? But ultimately, the way that I feel like festivals are so important are for two key reasons. Number one, it is the cheapest way to gain a following and a brand awareness. Like, if you go there properly with your merchandise, your flyers, your stickers, your hat, and you're going out there networking, it allows you to reach people that is going to cost you a lot more money when you're finished and you're getting ready to release this film. So it's like you've got this opportunity to meet and connect and fly the flag. And I think as long as you're deliberate with that and you're creating content and asking for testimonials after the film, if you are doing a QR code to get people to sign up and follow the journey of what it's like to be in film, and then you're nurturing those potential audience members down the road, like at that point you're building up a following and it's costing you a lot less money. And I think the second part that's the most important is belief. Like, there is no better feeling as a filmmaker than being sat in a room surrounded by people who get it, who laugh at the joke that you thought of in the shower at midnight, or like, a dramatic moment that you hear somebody sobbing because that happened to you and you pulled in the side of the road and said, I'm gonna write this in a script one day. And I think as filmmakers, like, you have to use that to fill the meter of like, okay, I'm gonna get back up and I'm gonna do this today. So I think it's very important for belief. I think it's very important for marketing. I think it's just making sure that there is a clear plan of attack with the right people and go for it.
With that, I didn't leave you guys a lot of time, but audience, you have any questions, you can come up to this microphone so you could be on the broadcast. Anyone? I know it's not the easiest thing. You can make a little queue here, or line if you're American.
Hey there. So I wonder if I'm thinking about kind of broadly how you develop that production budget that is so important. And I'm thinking about it in two prongs. So first prong, how do you forecast and project what your costs are going to be on something that is speculative? You haven't made the movie yet. And the second part I'm thinking about is, what are the sources of funding that you layer in to create your capital stack? Mm-hmm. You talked about on the tax credit deal, 30% of it is covered. What's that other 70% look like? Is that equity? Is that debt? Who's guaranteeing that loan? If you could speak to that.
I mean, my 2 cents on this, and there's two different aspects, right? There's like the micro indie budget, and then there's the I need some help on this. Is first of all, ideally try and find a good line producer that you like, that can help you navigate some of these numbers. I think from my personal experience then, when it comes to the funding, it's making sure you understand, sometimes trying to raise $1 million is a lot harder than trying to raise $5 million because you don't have that above the line talent that you need. So I think, first of all, understanding like what kind of film is this, what kind of budget are we looking for, like what are we actually trying to do with this? Again, end goal in mind. And then in terms of then the finance stack, tax rebates 30%. In theory, it's like, right, well, we have 30% ready to go. Then look at, sometimes like in Wales, there's so much support for Welsh filmmakers. Sometimes they match the tax. Sometimes they have grants for development funds. You can then say, oh, there's an extra 20% that's not even a loan, like it's a straight up grant on top. Then you can start looking at, okay, we're at the 50, 60% number now. How much do we have now that we need to raise? Then if you start looking at and getting the numbers for the talent that you have attached, in theory, you can start asking sales agents, out of, a thriller in this space, with this name attached, like, what do you think we could maybe get down the road? And start seeing what's exciting. And then it's all down to the waterfall. If then you can take the risk off and say, hey, investors, this is the deal, you'll be, last in, first out to protect you and your investment. And then, maybe you have to kind of cash flow the debt on the tax incentive. Maybe there's a bridge loan or something in that world. That's one aspect that I know is happening. And then the other part is crowdfunding. Like maybe there's 10% there. Maybe there's a business aspect. For example, I had a friend of mine that was developing a film where one of the main kind of aspects of the film, there was this like device, this cool like tech device. And it's like, is there a world that you could maybe put a business around, like a product around the finance plan? And maybe now there's like 2 bites at the apple. So I think we have to get creative with when making these films, but that's kind of my 2 cents on that.
I would say with, as far as a production, there are templates out there. You just start and just build it up. They're pretty straightforward. As far as a finance stack, when you apply for the film tax credit, you would not get the funds until production is completed. So that would mean that if it's $1 million picture, it's $1 million that you need to raise. You get the $300,000 back after the picture is completed. However, once you're awarded that before you actually start production, you can use that as collateral. Mm-hmm. And a lot of film financing companies will take that approach. But basically the finance stack is a lot of investors. Crowdfunding is part of it. The investors play a pretty key part of it, and they're also members of that entity as well. So.
Thanks for coming out. What's a piece of film business advice or wisdom or practice that if you would have implemented maybe a month ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago, you would have been so much farther ahead or enough ahead to make a noticeable difference in your career now?
I got one that comes to mind immediately on this for me personally. I think the first one is spend half the amount of time trying to find the right people in the room and use that 50% on getting better at what you do. Because I feel like I made the mistake when I first kind of got out of school with like, I'm going to go to this networking event, and I'm going to go to this networking event, and I'm going to speak to this casting director, I'm going to speak to this person. But the conversations usually end the same, where they kind of fizzle out, and it's like, well, wait till you do something and come back to me. And I kind of wish at the time if I'd taken more agency and actually doing stuff, making stuff with whatever I had with people that I trusted, I honestly think that would have helped me in my career. Because the better the product, the better the actual life of the project. So I think for me it would be spend more time in becoming great at what you do. I feel like that's something I'm still doing. And also don't wait for others. It's like if like you can't do something because it's a big feature, then maybe there's a scene you can do from it that's like a really unique concept that like tells a story for you, or you can turn it into a podcast, or like there's always something that you do have control of. And I think as filmmakers, that sometimes is the hardest part. We get into this, well, it's out of my hands, I gotta wait for this email to come through in 6 weeks. And I would challenge that and say like, just do it, figure it out, do a smaller version of it, get creative, but just don't wait for other people to give you permission.
I would say pay attention. Like, pay attention to where the industry is and what is being made and what is like the trades, reading trades, and kind of seeing what's being released and what's making, like, all that is different. Like, it's all the same kind of roadmap to see, like, if what I like is still cool, I can make it, but if not, then I should probably, like, figure out if I want to be a part of this business, like, what is that lane? Because if you're not paying attention and you make something and you spend a ton of money on it, and then it just, like, there's no one that wants to buy it or take it, and then you're just stuck with this giant whatever, how much money you've spent on it, and just, then you have to find a way out. But yeah, I mean, you have to, especially in a executive producer role, you have to pay attention all the time to where the industry is. It's moving very fast, and it's changing almost daily now. So it's like, yeah.
And it lends to making sure that you're surrounding yourself with experienced individuals that know the industry, the accountant, the attorney, and some of the investors. They will help guide you, even Cleveland Film. They'll help guide you to get to that next point of actually producing.
Thank you.
We may have time for both.
This question is more Ohio film tax based, so, but anybody can answer if you have any answers.
Any Welsh people can.
Yeah.
I'm out.
For an independent production that has a budget of say 400,000, and they want to apply for a tax credit in Ohio, what do you actually need to apply? Do you need to show the money in the bank, and then what's the process timeline after you apply?
That's a great question, and I'll kind of shrink it because it's a lot of steps, but the key is that you have 50% committed financing. So 400,000, 200,000. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the bank. You would just need letters of commitment from the investors or whoever is bringing those funds forward. Once you have that, once you have a production budget, then you can go ahead, you have the entity in place, you would create the entity would apply for the film tax credit. You'll get the award, and the key is making sure that you're not spending a single dollar of eligible expense in the state until you actually get awarded the credit. Because nothing before the date of the award would qualify. And I've had that happen where someone has already shot a film and then applied. The entire film wouldn't qualify. So that's key. So you have to plan, when to actually apply. The big piece is that 50%, which will keep you from applying, but once you have that, there is no charge to actually apply. There's no fee. Once you get accepted or you get awarded the credit, then there is the 1% fee, maximum $10,000. But if you have those pieces in place, nothing would stop you from going forward with it.
Gotcha. All right, thanks.
And our final question, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving us all this information about how to be a better filmmaker. My name's Nuke Suwancho, and I shot a majority of a film that's playing tonight called Don't Forget Me, a story about Eddie Cochran. Would love to see you guys there. If you wanted to get investors or executives on your side, what do you think would be the best thing to present to them, right? Like, hey, I have this film, or I want to make a feature. What would be the best use of their time? Be like, hey, I want to show you something. What would that be?
Want to go?
I mean, I can take it first stab. Again, I'm not going to speak anywhere near as well as our good friend here. But for me, I think number one, it's always trying to put yourself in their shoes. Again, for the conversations I've had where it's like, okay, what would the objections be? Like, what are they thinking about? Like, how do I overcome them before I even have this conversation? Why are they the investor that I want to work with? Or why would they want to work with me? Is it they've worked with this actor before? Is it that they've done this genre before? Like, why this person? And I feel like the second part to that is be specific. Like, don't just blanket 1,000 investors with the same blanket email. Like, be specific. Like, watch their films. Like, look at their business. Like, know who you're talking to show that you care. And then I think the last part is try your best to think outside the box, but not just think outside the box. Be bloody good at it. Like if you're going to do something and put a pitch deck together, like, make sure the pitch deck is kick-ass because they see 1,000 of these. Maybe there's I recently just got sent this amazing video. It was like a 3-minute video about this filmmaker, and it's like an update video. And he just sent it to me with like, hey, would love to connect. That's it, just the video. And it was very well edited. It sounded great. It looked amazing. I saw how he spoke on a public stage, and I watched this video and I went, oh, this is like a video sales letter, but for somebody that wants to work with me. I'm not an investor by any means in that capacity, but I was like, oh, smart. He's thinking outside the box. He's presenting something that I could watch while, drinking my coffee on the way to work. And it's done very well, and it's for me. And I think, again, I don't know if you can speak to this a bit more, but that's what comes to mind for me right now in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close up. I'm
going to try it with him later. So
yeah. It's funny. One of the first movies I worked on is a movie called Cherry that's shot here in Cleveland. The Russos did it, and I networked my entire way through that entire movie to where now I can email the Russo's sister, Angela, who runs her production. Is this somebody I know? So from that point on, I was like, somebody if you know somebody that knows me and you're like, hey, you know this guy, like, can you get to him? Yes, introductions is always number one. Always have an introduction. Because I get scripts like, hey, read my script. It's like, great, I've got a lot of things to do, and I would love to read your script. It's not that I don't, because it could be phenomenal, and then I pass it up, and it's my fault, my loss. But I get a lot of that, and I get a lot of just effort, like, hey, can we have a conversation? It's like, I would love to, but it comes down to time. But if this person introduces you to me, or we've met before and we've had conversations, and it's like, I don't send a script to Angela Russo, that's insane. But if I have something and I'm like, this is something interesting, do you think this is interesting? Maybe, nah, not really, okay. Or somebody else like that, that's always use somebody else or an introduction, but also make sure that you're not just like exactly what he just said. Just don't throw everything at them, and make sure it's something worth reading about, or being a part of. Because at the end of the day, there's so much out there, and so many people are doing so many things, and there's going to be somebody that that is going to be able to connect you to the next person, and that's the best way to go about it.
Just wanted to quick add, before you even get to the table with investors, to make sure that you're presenting yourself as a business, not as a hobby.
Yep.
Make sure you have the entity in place. Make sure you've got financials, projections, the sizzle reel, all of the components to make it, in reality that you're a viable company that's looking for serious investors.
Yeah.
And I'll add, don't chat GPT them.
Yeah.
No, seriously, just be authentic to you and to your project and your ideas, and that rings true because I'm a professor. I get pitched on student films all the time, and I can tell when people are really enjoying their ideas and when people are just telling me what to say.
Yeah.
So, all right, so that is all the time we have. Just to review, we have Alexander Semerano, who is a certified public accountant who took time out of tax season to speak with us. So that's great.
He's out of here too.
All your movie tax credit needs in Ohio. This is your guy. We got Ryan J. Kelly, executive producer of Buddy and Slow Burn.
Yep.
Yes,
Buddy's tonight. If you have tickets, cool. We'll see you there. If not, I'm sorry.
It is sold out.
But maybe later this year.
When is Slow Burn shoot?
And then Slow Burn is Monday at 4:50 p.m. at the Ohio Theater.
Amazing. Elliot Lanzer, Lucas Sinclair short film, playing when?
It's playing April 14th. What is that? Tuesday. And what's the time? 7:45. 7:45. Exactly.
Well, I'll be there probably.
Yeah, the team's close by.
And then Luca Malacrino. Your film is called Bravado. It is playing
next Thursday at 4:50 p.m. and next Friday as well. Come down, come check it out.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.